Hello, is that you, Evan, as the host?
All right, hey team, thank you so much for jumping on in. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so that we've got the sort of default home content here when everyone else arrives. All right, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining today. I think we've got a few folks trickling in. Can everybody hear me okay, just to start? Wonderful. All right. Thank you so much. So my name is Evan McMullen, and I'm joined here today by a motley crew of excited folks who are hyped to talk about the Global Registry. So to set the stage for this conversation, I'm going to share some of the slides that we have prepared today. Those are easily accessible for your own review on Quigo Chat. But just so we can all have a shared frame of reference, I'm going to go ahead and pop this up here. So for those who are presenting, forgive me for the clumsy nature of our sharing today. I'm just going to ask you to tell me when to click to the next slide, because I think hopping around a host is going to be challenging, but let's dive on in. So today we've got a variety of guest speakers who will be lending their voice to this conversation. I think some of them have been in a few of the other sessions, but this is a joint effort from a number of folks at Consensus, Kale, who is with us from Microsoft, and we have been doing a lot of the sort of heavy lifting to extrapolate learnings from much of the amazing work done by the community already to this point, and then to start to apply some of those thoughts so we can get to a solution form that we can all discuss as a community. So our agenda for today reflects the content that was shared on Quigo Chat before, but just to revisit, we're going to take a little break in the middle so that we're not too global phone booked out, but we're going to start by framing up this challenge that we have, just defining it in a way that we can all wrap our heads around and validating that definition, making sure that we haven't forgotten anything. And we'll take a little breather to digest that information. And when we return, we'll talk about applying that, that approach and that sort of set of concepts to this a more tangible fashion. So focusing on references to not only the actual tooling that we can use to bring this about, but also precedents in the market of similar challenges and offer us a unique model that we can learn from and even mimic. And this conversation will lead into our open Q&A. We've got a few questions to start with, but always open to more. And then beyond that, would love for this conversation to move into ideas that we could hack on together and ways that we could continue to collaborate as a community after we leave one another's presence here this week. So as always, I will do my very best to monitor the chat, but if I miss something in there, please feel free to raise your hand, jump on in. This is intended to be an information sharing session. So we're going to do a little bit of talking at first just to get it all out there, but we invite everybody to participate in this discussion and make sure those are heard. So without further ado, let me set the table a little bit. So for those of you who you probably have seen this, this little screenshot from GitHub describing the basis challenge. So as many familiar with baselining may know, it takes, baselining is not a single player game. You need a party to engage with, to exchange data with, to maintain consensus among multiple disparate, often disparately legally held data sets. And so in order to tackle this challenge, we not only need to appreciate what is the role of this registry in the mere existence of baselining as a function, but then also what is the role of onboarding, because this phone book is likely to be the first touch point, the first interaction that that enterprises have with the baseline community, especially as new ones are invited in. And so we are hoping to use this session to, as I mentioned, validate some of the understanding that we have achieved thus far, arrive at a sort of a shared comprehension of what this challenge presents, and then to begin actually ideating around how we could define a solution. The objective laid forth in this GitHub page is 2021 for a mainnet solution, and we love a good urgency. And so without further ado, I will hand it over to my colleague Italo to describe this problem in greater detail.
Yeah. Hi all. Thank you for joining to the discussion. I'll try to level the expectations and explain the problem that we are here to solve, and also share some terminologies that we've been using in our discussions so far, and also try to cover some of the main concepts and challenges that we are facing in these discussions. Okay, the problem we are dealing with is not something new, but also there's no bulletproof solution considering all the distinct aspects that we see in the requirements in problems like this. The global phone book is a request from the baseline community in order to solve this root problem that basically is to facilitate the creation of baselined workflows by, I would say, easily discovering the counterparty's attributes that are necessary to set up the work groups. Like Evan said, the problem is described by John Wolpert in this GitHub issue number 133, and who is not aware of that, I suggest to read when we have a break, the 5 minutes break. It's very quick. But the description is simple, and it takes in consideration not only technical details and challenges that I believe most of us here in this audience know, but also it covers the non-functional requirements, like I think we have this strong wish to have the solution running by 2021. And of course, we need to have something that can be easily adopted by the community. So these type of requirements are strong as well. And maybe we need to talk not only about technical and perfect solutions, but we need to have some level and be aware about these wishes as well, right? So I will recap a bit of what is described in this issue, and step back a little bit in the concepts, because it touches some solutions and suggestions for solutions as well. So Just to explain the problem, every baseline workflow needs to know what counterparties are allowed to sign a work step, and these counterparties are defined by a set that we call work group, and that is defined by a smart contract called org registry that contains this set of attributes from the counterparties involved. But this is something that's being done manually, right? And it has the downside, like John mentioned it, to require the counterparty education and to load the organizational setup for have each time you want to develop a workflow, right? So the phone book is the idea that should solve this issue by making counterparties and their attributes that are needed to create and deploy these smart contracts discoverable in an easy way, reusable, and of course trustable. So the idea is to have something public, like in yellow pages, just to simplify. Um, but of course, we can discuss any other type of solution. I believe that John suggested something like the yellow pages to simplify that and accelerate the adoption, right? So we can think that the phone book also can be extended to bring more information, not only the information needed to set up and work group, but I believe that it's better to keep it simple right now. So I ask us to focus in these attributes that we need for setting up a baseline workflow that is the public keys, the zero knowledge public keys, and the communication endpoints. Of course, linked to an organization, right? I think you can change to the next slide. Yeah.
Oh.
So, yeah. So to implement a solution that solves such problem, we need to consider some aspects, right? We need to discuss governance and security on an enterprise level. We need to decide if we will have some entity elected to be the host of the phone book. Of course, it will bring some responsibilities to that host. And we haven't discussed it much that, but there's a case where we can not have this central host as well, right? So we can be discussing solutions that offer ways to verify each entry of this catalog without the need to trust in this a central entity, this host of the phone book, right? We need also to remember the importance of standards. We know, I think that most here in the audience know the W3C standards for deeds and VCs that are getting more popular, and they can play a good role to solve not only this solution, but maybe bring further more features that can be used in the baseline protocol. So we need to pay attention to that. And most important, like I mentioned before, the requirements with time and remember all the time the needs from the community, right? I'm a newbie in this community, so maybe during the presentation I will not cover everything that is required, but yeah, I think we are here to learn and discuss that. Can you go to the next one, please, Evans? Yeah. So I make these illustrations just to represent the components that we are dealing in this problem and to see the solution in more concrete. So I'm calling host the service. It can be an API, it can be an enterprise cloud provider, a website. it's the place where the phone book will be stored, basically, right? And we are talking about a central host because in the issue it came as a yellow page, but I don't think we should get stick to that. But of course, it's a good requirement in my opinion. And the phone book itself is something that should be public, so you can discover other counterparties without the need of reaching them directly. Uh, Preferably, I think it should be populated by the companies itself and not by a central issuer, but it's a personal opinion, right? We can talk about that. But we need to guarantee that the entries in this catalog are trustable. And in my opinion, they should be verifiable. So if in some case this host is hacked, you should have a way of guaranteeing that the data that you are getting from it can be verified in another way, right? Can you jump to the next one, please? So we've been also using the term administrator to reference to the person that is responsible for setting up and workflow and for onboarding and organization to the phone book. And basically, we've been discussing as well how this person proves that they can represent that organization. So we've been discussing about things that we've been using to see, like proving that I own some domain by changing DNS entries, adding resource to that website. We talked about users in Azure that have some privilege, and also the use of VCs for reputations. And we need as well to remember that we need to guarantee that the public key and endpoint for the communication endpoint for the baseline protocol belong to that organization. So when we discuss about that, we discuss about signing documents that prove that, handshakes between using communication endpoints and well-known URIs. And basically, this is what we've been discussing so far. When I say so far, it's not a long time ago, guys. It's just 1 week ago. So it's something very new. But of course, we in the identity team at Consensus, we've been discussing similar issues for a long time. And I think that it's enough, at least to level things. And I hope that this explanation is enough to frame the problem and terminologies that we will be using. And now I hand over to Johnny, who will recap the UX sessions we had with some members of the baseline community.
Great. Hey, everybody. Let's see here. Evan, are you in control of the slides?
I am.
Okay. Let's jump to the next one. I think it should be a screenshot of the Miro. Okay.
Oh, wait,
so,
I think it's,
yeah, right.
Do you want me to pull up the full Miro, or is this good? This works?
Yeah, if we can pull up the full Miro. I had added
there was a link there at one point. Hang on, give me a quick second, guys.
Sure. I'll frame this up in the meantime. So
okay.
What we did in some of our first meetings with the baseline team, the identity team and baseline team, and also Kale for Microsoft getting together, was we wanted to map out what the experience was of interacting with this phone book for, a real person at a company somewhere trying to verify the identity of another company. How do we, what it might look like to actually click the buttons that get you onto the interface of the phone book. And just really what we came up with there, which I'll walk you through, is relatively simple. Probably looks like a lot of flows that we've all been through before. But I think the value here is the fact that we all have a shared sense of what needs to happen at a basic level. The thing that it also does is help us raise and see the gaps in the technical side of things that we need to solve to bring this experience to life. And so we kind of mapped out two different our participants. We have, a company Y who needs to join the Phonebook, and an Acme company who's already on the Phonebook, and they need to identify company Y and pull down the relevant information from the Phonebook so that they can start doing baseline stuff with them. Let's see.
Sorry, Johnny, give me 1 second. I just wanted to pull up those Post-its while you were referring to them. I got opted out, so I just have to sign back into Miro. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry.
Okay. And then the other point, I guess, around why this is, or to frame what the output of this UX session is, that I think it's intended to be descriptive of just the work that we had done first, our first iteration of thinking through this, and not a proclamation of the future of what should be built. I think that'll come out of a lot of the discussions later in the session. There's competing ideas that might alter this experience based on other technical decisions, but just to bring everybody up to speed on what the team has been doing and the way that we have been thinking about it, we'll just recap it quickly here.
So Johnny, tell me how you want to maneuver through this real estate.
Yeah, you're good right now. So, cool. So here we can see that company Y is, intending to join the baseline registry so that they can be found by other potential partners. And so they would receive an email invite link, potentially, from somebody already on the baseline registry that would like to work with them via baseline, and they need to get them on the registry first just to make future interactions more seamless. So they receive that, they go to baselineprotocol.org and sign up. We've also thought about how this might be integrated natively into something like a identity cloud provider, like an Azure, where these joining could be directly from inside of that interface. But setting that aside, you could go to baselineprotocol.org and set and sign up that way with a unique invite link. You log in potentially using your enterprise identity provider. You consent to some of the information that is stored with your identity provider being transferred over to the directory, which is very similar, our classic OAuth style consent. And then this is created, the registry that people will see is created, or your actual listing in the registry is created dynamically from that info. They can review this and approve it to make sure that there isn't any sensitive information that's going to show up in this listing. They simply click approve, and that's how easy we imagine it could be if we rely specifically on these enterprise identity providers. I know that we'll talk later about an alternate flow that doesn't rely so heavily on that, but for now, what we talked about was this version of the UX. So now, Evan, if you can go to bottom right, yeah. So for a company who would like to find somebody else on the registry, we imagined Acme Company. They want to add company Y to their baseline workflow so they can assign them these work steps. And so they need a couple of things from this counterparty, which is they need, whether that's the zero knowledge, the public key, the communication endpoint, or any other details that is going to facilitate the baseline stuff you want to do. So, we imagine it's, some procurement manager at Acme Company tells an IT manager to add company Y to the work group, right? So they're going to go to baselineregistry.com. They're just going to simply search for company Y. They're going to open and view company Y's profile or their listing. And then one of the open questions I think for us to discuss, and that Italo I think referenced in the setup, is they need to see this proof that company Y is the company Y that they think it is, whether that is a proof that they are in control of company-y.com, leveraging DNS or something, or some other proof, but that needs to be displayed to give our users reassurance, and it needs to be interrogatable in that they can click on that signal of trust and verify it themselves independently if they wanted, right? And this could be proved by Azure, right? That could be the root of trust backstop, or it could be DNS, or it could be something else that I think we'll talk about. But the interface needs to display that, and then once that trust is established via that symbol, they can copy company-wise stuff confidently into however they're handling all of their baseline actions. And that is really all that needs to happen from a first pass of for the UX. So all the technical things that come together, we think need to start facilitating this general flow. Granted, some of it might need to change, but this was our first pass. So just wanted to bring everybody up to speed on our first go round in imagining how this comes to life. So with that, I think that took a lot less than the 10 minutes I was slotted for. But I'll pass it back to you, Evan, if we have a break or if we just want to power through.
Sure. So actually, I think this would be a logical point for us to pause and invite some questions, comments from our teammates here in the room, because we've performed this this mapping thus far, as Johnny described, by speaking to a few folks, to sort of by studying the artifacts that exist preceding this effort. But let's interrogate this in real time. So do we have any challenges to the assumptions that Johnny just described with respect to how we would assume enterprises might onboard or seek to join the baseline? Does that feel like, and actually here, let me put this process back up on screen so we can look at it, but just sort of by a show of digital hands. Is anyone feeling scared by this? Is anyone feeling like this is foreign? This doesn't look familiar to me? All right, so we've got no fear thus far, which is great. That's a really wonderful sign. Does anyone want to add anything? Do we feel like we might be missing any essential steps or considerations? Or if you're the owner of your small enterprise and you want a baseline, does this flow of steps, does that look fairly complete to make you feel good about this process? We want to put ourselves in the shoes of a young upstart company excited to join the baseline and ready to get on board. What's going to happen on their side?
I actually have a question, if you guys can hear me.
Oh yeah, Jake, what's going on? What you thinking?
So at the end of this process, like, this setup seems fairly straightforward. In the Phonebook concept, on the other side of this, do you see the systems that are baseline on the other side? So I'm thinking in terms of like big enterprise to big enterprise that has multiple systems at the tail end step. And do I see a directory of all the baseline systems that are available to me on the other side of that?
Do you think that you'll need to? If it's useful to query, because it typically you would think, like, let's put ourselves in the seat of that party. That party probably has a counterparty in mind. They're probably, not just like surfing the available profiles, like looking for a date to see who's available, However, it might be a source of collaboration, inspiration, but probably won't be its chief role.
Yeah, no, I guess I'm thinking of more, and I brought this up, but more the enterprises I deal with buy other big businesses. And so it's almost like a fast way to integrate, I would say, business data on somebody that acquires another company relatively fast. So it's a much softer handoff, right? It's not a big discovery process. It's we acquired another company and we want to integrate data faster than traditionally as possible. And I see that being an easier path in at some of these big organizations at first is, they have a vested interest in the companies that are coming online with this.
Jake, what an elegant observation. That really mirrors something that I heard in the earlier session on the baseline experience that Daniel Norkin was saying about considering what are the sort of essential use cases where such functions occur in the wild already. And there was sort of a silly show of hands, okay, who's had 2 laptops in one room and you just use email to get stuff from one to the other? Like everyone sheepishly, like, yeah, I did that this morning. And so I think what you've observed here is another organic setting where such demand occurs. And the effort and cost of integration is cumbersome. It's usually farmed out to some or the other organization, or it's like an excruciating blocker to acquisition and team integration. So I think that is an awesome driver of business requirements. And as you described, the terms are a little gentler because it's sort of all in the same house. So maybe a little bit different than some of these more sort of cross-border exchanges that we're talking about.
I think one of the big questions is, this is, I think, for like a small company, I think a pretty like easy, workable, I think, approach. The question is like, once you're not anymore the same person, like, okay, I'm the person who's doing whatever, I want to do something. I'm a developer at a big organization. I want to do that. Like, who's now the authority in the organization to actually do certain things? And then it gets a little bit more complicated, because then I'm a developer in department A. I don't control the website or the DNS entry. I don't. So that's why I'm saying that this gets fast very complicated, depending on like what we're aiming for as like an MVP. The second thing is, I think even organizations have like 10 different names. I mean, like whatever, Deloitte UK, blah, blah, blah. And then who's actually the right counterparty I'm interacting with on a legal side, rather than, oh, the title sounds right, or Deloitte.com. They have like, I don't know. So this is, I think, if we can narrow down our scope for an MVP and like accepting certain of these limitations, I think it will help us to say, we know it's way more complex, but for MVP, we are accepting this if we can.
Yeah, Reuben, I got to agree. I mean, this is kind of why, I've been taking this sort of get her done approach, as people have been hearing me say. And, to me, one way to do that, and the nice thing about having 25 people and a lot more now online, looking at, what they say in open source, all bugs, with enough eyeballs, all bugs are trivial. Well, all ideas can be fully fleshed out with enough eyeballs as well. And so, an opening gambit has been, let's just restrict it at first to cloud providers and authenticating through that, because they've already they've already nailed that issue, right? You've already, if you're on Azure or GCP, you already have your master account run by so if you're General Electric, or I'm just picking a name, and you have an Azure account, your head of IT is fully in control of that account. And if you're a department in that company, you've had to go through them to get your instance of Azure or GCP. So they've already got that level of organizational access controls. I don't know if Jonathan Levy's in here right now, but Jonathan, as you know, Reuven, is a genius with this stuff, right down to the user level, right? So this interface, this connection point between sort of the yellow pages entry of the company's sort of front facing, here are my interfaces, and here's my interface, here's my org registry entry, here's my account ID. I don't know if we've gone through why account IDs or accounts, Ethereum accounts in the registry won't lead people to finding your identity out, right? Or your activity, because that's not the account that's going to be used for actually signing transactions. But yeah, I need your account ID. I need your endpoints. That's the yellow pages entry. But then what happens all behind the scenes in terms of permissioning, in terms of user management, in terms of organization? I don't want to just interact with Coke. I want to interact with the Coke purchasing department in this one division, right? So how does that all get managed? And I should think the easiest or more nothing's easy, but most straightforward way to go about that is, and pragmatic, to just get the thing done, is to just say, anything on the on the phone book has to have come from one of a number of cloud business accounts. But that's not so I say that partly to instigate argument. Right? So maybe somebody would say, so let me just prompt, I'd love, make my day to have somebody say, yeah, that's adorable, John, but that's not the right, there's actually a way better way of doing it. I heard you, these are the issues. Let's do it this way. And that would be great. But that's kind of my opening gambit.
I think it's, I think it's incredibly valid. I mean, enterprise is very slow to change in the first place, and you freak them out with giving out too much control too wide, too quick. So, yeah, I think it's got to come from the highest level and then almost be pushed down and disseminated at that point to make them feel confident in the first place. I mean, you're already asking these organizations to take a big leap into this kind of new world of things, and you've got to make it as less scary as you possibly can to the IT side of the house.
Hey guys, I have a quick question to add to the authentication piece. So using an existing cloud account for, let's say, for Coca-Cola, what do y'all think about the benefits of associating that with a DID identity where we could use that for on-chain permissioning where, okay, this set of whitelisted DIDs for Coca-Cola are the only DIDs that can edit this specific area of the phone book and change that data. And you could also, if you wanted to issue permissions that way. I know we've got Johnny on the call that's worked on UPort, so I just want to see what y'all thought about adding that to this.
Yeah, how would we do it? I mean, let's that's what this is all about. There's a lot of people in this room, but maybe some folks that really want to get into that. Johnny, they could just go into another room, bang it out. You could be the inventors of that thing.
Wait for it. It's coming soon. The slides to come.
Yeah, I love the energy and questions, guys. And so I guess that answers what I was about to pose to the group was, does everyone feel like we need a break? We've been here for a little while, or do we want to power through? I get the sense that we've got a lot of energy for this. So let's
got 27 more hours to go there, Evan.
All right. Exactly. So we're almost done. We have to hurry.
It's a sprint.
I will say, by the way, that try to make sure that empower the people that are coming in that might come in hours later than this. Make sure to leave behind breadcrumbs and yeah, like work items. I am looking for about 8 bountyable issues. So it'd be very cool if at the end of Friday if we said, yeah, we've got 2 Phonebook issues that we can get hackers onto in December.
Absolutely, John. That is our objective for the last 30 minutes of this meeting here today, is to suss out those prompts from the questions that we've got. But what I will do next is share that little teaser that Reuven was describing with respect to how we might engage this in a more practical sense. So we can take a little breather when folks feel like it. Please hit me up in the chat, raise your hand, tell me you're bored, interrupt me. But let's just make sure we're all on the same wavelength here. But to some solution, start off discussing what that sort of first response centralized solution might look like, starting the discussion with Azure that Kale's going to lead us in. And then after that, Reuven is going to lead us through some solution references that we might look to precedent to educate ourselves on best practices. And then Oliver is going to discuss a little bit more about DIDs and VCs, and we're going to get into that solution proposal. So Kale, would you like to discuss solving the problem with Azure to start?
Yeah, sure. So it's probably like a bad title, solving the problem with Azure. I think Azure.
I'll change it on the fly.
Yeah, I think Azure can help here, right? I don't think it can solve the whole problem, obviously. I think Azure and clouds in general have some sort of a validation, as John was mentioning earlier, that's already been kind of done to onboard people. So for instance, with an Azure Active Directory tenant, typically if someone's running that in a large enterprise, they're also tying their domain name to it, right? And in order to do that, they have to prove to us that they own that domain, which is the traditional, drop a record over here in your DNS that will prove that you had admin rights to actually change that. And as a result of that, now I can trust that you actually own that domain. So I'll use that binding. And so you can have your email and all that kind of stuff come through that domain. So that's like traditional like DNS kind of proofing, which is really cool, right? I think that's something we can use. And I think what we were ideating on was, is there a way for us to kind of expose that? And some had brought up on some of the offline calls we had is, could we approach it from the cloud side to start with, right? So if I'm an enterprise business, I'm new to Baseline, but I'm familiar with my cloud because I have a bunch of stuff running up there. Then maybe I could approach it from that angle and I feel more comfortable then. So I'm going to my IT pro guy who says, yes, what do you need me to do? Oh, we're going to do this thing with Baseline. We need to register in this phone book. It requires us to do XYZ. We've been calling this fictitious button or whatever this would exist here inside of Azure that would allow you to basically say, yes, register in the phone book for me. How that gets implemented, I think that's something we should like talk about a little bit. I've got some ideas around that, but I'd love to hear other people's, ideas. And again, I'm talking about Azure, but this applies, to GCP or AWS very much in the same way. So I think the core principles here are, can we have people who are already using Azure or Dynamics or some other business system that's already in the cloud and be able to initiate the process from there? Maybe a counter, we also have a website. I feel like the website thing, at least from my angle, and I've been kind of talking around inside some business groups inside Microsoft about this, that's a little harder to sell, right? Especially to a large enterprise. And if we're going to do a B2B connection with someone, we have to have some strong assurance that that person we're talking to on the other side is the right person. As I think Sophie brought up in the chat window there, same thing, like, hey, if I'm saying, hey, I'm working with Samsung, is this the right Samsung? Is this, if I'm working with GE, is this the right GE? Those kind of things. So I think some of this could do that, but I feel like, and also to comment on one of the other things that come up there earlier around centralized versus decentralized for how this gets started. I certainly don't think this is the end, right? To say, hey, if we have this thing that kicks off from Azure, that's awesome. That's what we should just keep using. I think maybe it's a good start. And we can build on that, right? And maybe get it more decentralized as we go. But as is typical, I think with enterprises, start with something that's familiar, which traditionally has been centralized systems, and bring yourself over to that decentralized side, slowly, so that companies have time to adjust and learn how this stuff works, so that they don't get scared or too much friction, or they pull back from there. So from a high level, I think that's what we're looking for, is maybe build some ideas I was thinking about. We could talk about this later, was maybe some serverless components that could run as part or inside of your Azure infrastructure that would link up to your Azure AD, that allows your IT pro to basically push the button to register you. The elements that go over there, I think it's very small right now. It's like the organization name, there's a public key and something else. But those things, maybe some of that data can even come directly from Azure AD. So nobody's like rekeying anything in. Stuff is just happening there on that side. Again, just to provide a comfortable place for people to onboard. I'll pause for a second. I've been talking for a bit here for people to throw mud at me or say that's cool or anything.
I gotta say that's the hardest thing. One of the things we're trying to push on with this whole summit is to make a super safe place for people to just get verbose, because Zoom calls, I'm sure we all experienced for the last 8 months. Just it's like pulling teeth to get that kind, even in a real world room. It's hard to get people to just jump in and go, hey, wait a minute. So Jake, kudos to you for jumping in. Hopefully, and Sophie did on the chat, which is totally a great way of doing it.
Yeah, I think everything he said was spot on. It's not probably the end solution right off the bat, but it's the easiest path forward, I think, for these. I've dealt with is big enterprise clients for the last 20 years, and I know the fear factor in doing some of this stuff, and being in the Microsoft space, especially. Every single client I have will understand exactly what he just said right away. And at least you can knock that off and then start, moving over to some of this stuff.
Forgive me because I'm like trying to make sure that all 8 tracks don't crash and burn at once. By the way, thanks, Kel. So if you mentioned this, what would be a what is the most simple, minimally viable way of getting of taking the notion that Kirk mentioned about a DID and generating it out of an Azure account in such a way that we would have, like, by the end of the year, the first baseline Phonebook entry that would be compliant with that idea? And what would that look like? Can we write an issue?
Yeah, I think so. I think the question, and again, we've been having a bunch of discussions, even side conversations. I've been talking to others, Kyle and a bunch of people on the team. But one of the things we've been thinking about is like this root of trust, right? That's going to come back here. So registering, the mechanics of how to register, I think maybe what John was saying there, like that's one thing we can definitely put in an issue and say, how can we functionally make this work? Like, can we create a DID from an Azure AD tenant and have some assurance like where that thing came from? I think, yeah, we can write that up, and I think that's doable. I think the question, though, it starts to come back to, though, is like, how much trust do we need to put? Like, I don't think Microsoft should be the issuer for everything that happens in the global Phonebook. They could be one, maybe, and maybe it's not.
Well, if you do it, then you'll make everybody else jealous. And as long as we've abstracted and generalized it, then they can hop in when you start taking the cake there.
Yeah. Maybe it's that chicken and egg thing, right? It's like, hey, we'll stand up something here and provide some assurance, programmatically that makes sure that people can trust that piece. But then, like, where does that go from there? Like, how do we adapt that to others? Maybe that kind of naturally happens. I also feel like, and this is getting a little bit outside the Azure stuff, but to speak to like the evolution of how this would work, maybe the initial thing is, hey, we have this way to prove some stuff from Azure that gives us a base, right? Like to start with, and then we can start layering stuff on top of it. Like maybe you have to get 3 of 5 to also like sign something around this or something like that to give you even more assurance, and we can start layering those things on. Maybe that's an approach. That's what I've been thinking about, to like, just like with network security, right? We just had to keep adding layers to provide a more secure solution. We can do the same thing here, right? We'll just keep adding layers to that to give people the comfort that they're actually talking to the right guy on the other side of the wire.
Kirk, absolutely. And I just really quickly, Ruben, just to hop in here to respond to a question from Justin here in the chat. Justin, is a great question. What additional layers of trust do we have beyond that initial validation? I think that's exactly what Kirk was describing, is how do we first lay that initial foundation with Azure or another enterprise provider identity, but then have additional layers to ensure that that trusted relationship extends beyond the keyboard to the parties that are actually interacting. And so there are a number of ways that have been suggested to do that thus far. So in Slack, we saw some awesome questions from, I think it was Juan Blanco was suggesting, what if we have attestations to VCs to give them additional oomph, like a +1 or a seconded on Slack, kind of from other entities. So that's a great question to raise. And I think it exactly dovetails with what Kirk was suggesting is, after we establish that initial layer of proven feasibility, what are the other components of trust that are, both provable and meaningful for our audience? But yes, Ruben, sorry, go ahead.
I think we're dancing around lots of ideas and proposals we already have. So maybe
yes.
I'm doing like the 3-minute version and let Oliver give a chance to say, and then we can talk about this, because we have, I think, lots of answers and nobody says them because we then kind of like don't want to jump.
We haven't gotten to the slide yet.
Exactly. So can I just use the screen? I just want to show 1 or 2
Oh,
things.
please. Yes, absolutely.
Let's not lose that one from Justin. Maybe get that in the notes. And again, we got 23 hours left, so we can go all into that.
Yes, Johnny's doing an awesome job of making sure that we document everything from these comments, the comments that are on Slack, on YouTube. So totally hear you, John. And we are ensuring that those are put into our workflow, not only for sort of homework after today, but also for tomorrow. So we got you.
So awesome.
Cool. You need to give me the right to share.
Oh, sorry, Ruben. Now that we've got you here, okay, cool. You have the permissions. We're good.
Yeah. So I think what I'm just trying to, I think we mentioned DNS, and I want to just give 2 other examples of like we're not the first people like trying to invent something like this. So Glyph is like an organization which was established about 10 years ago, because they had the trouble at the time that financial institutions were not really perfectly identifiable. So they said, we need some kind of like, they passed a law that it's mandated that every financial organization has like an identifier which is unique and very clearly associated. So what they've done is, and you see here, whatever, just like a phone book where you enter like a name of a company and you then find a bunch of, let's say, details about this company. You can find where they are registered, like all these details, addresses, like all the like standard things you would want as a unique phone book entry, like a global registry. The interesting thing is with Glyph, it's not that Glyph, it's a little like DNS. So you have ICANN, which is kind of controlling all the .com, .org, blah, blah, blah. And then you have other registrars to own like whatever the subdomain of .io. It's not controlled from one central organization. The central organization is basically associating that registrars can now register domain names in a country. Like DE is controlled in an entity in Germany, and you have like the ICANN just pointing to that registrar. So that makes it more decentralized in a way that it's not like one organization controlling every domain name in the world. Glyph has done something similar. So Glyph as an organization is defining processes and has then local, like the LEIs, so like basically local entities who then associate the identifiers itself in the country. So that's kind of like a more somewhat, let's say, decentralized model. So it's kind of interesting. And then there's another one, which is from British Columbia. They launched this like 2 years ago. It's a centralized system in a sense. So the authority is the government of British Columbia, as an example. And what they have done is they built a phone book for businesses within their province. And what you can see here is that, well, you go to like any example, and you will find not just, I mean, obviously the company, but also what they have already, as one of the first ones implemented, is exactly this link that you have a phone book with real names and processes like how it's filled. And they refer now to DIDs, which I think came up a few times. And that's kind of the foundation of how they now want to allow more entities. They can now say, this is the authority in our company who can sign whatever legal agreement as a CEO or as a whatever. So there are like bits and pieces already out there, which are like quite close to maybe what we are looking forward to do. And there are other examples like ENS. ENS is the Ethereum namespace thing, but it has no governance in a sense. It's a very technical solution, but whoever is first to says I'm Microsoft wins, and there's no, at least no process around this now that anyone can go, I don't know, against this. Whilst in DNS, if you're Microsoft and have a trademark, and Johnny registers Microsoft.io, he could legally be basically forced to give up this name. So that's just like 2 or 3 examples, and some of them are hinting in the direction of somewhat decentralization. And then with Orgbook goes into the direction of verifiable credentials and DIDs, and that's kind of made a segue towards Oliver. Oh, sorry.
Ruben, you had also mentioned the EEA registry. Do you want to hit on that, or do we just want to dive into?
I'm not really an expert, to be honest, on the registry. I think Andreas brought this up. I don't think he's in the call here today.
Oh, got it. Totally. Well, we'll talk about that detail tomorrow. But Oliver, DIDs and VCs, what's going on there?
Hi, I'm Oliver, also from Consensus. In case my connection is too terrible, please, Italo or Ruben, could you please then jump in? Should I share my screen or should I just use yours?
Just use mine. Just tell me to click.
Okay, right. Yeah, so I think you can already skip this slide. Now exploring solutions. We already heard about decentralized identifiers, DIDs, and we also heard about verifiable credentials, VCs. And yeah, we'll provide a quick intro and speak about things that might relate to the baseline community. Could you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so first, decentralized identifiers. It's short, it's, no, the previous, please.
Oh, wait, oh, sorry. Yeah, I think we're good here. There we go. Yeah, they look similar.
Yeah. So DIDs, they will become a global standard in W3C probably next year. So last week there was a TPAC meeting in W3C, and they spoke about the roadmap. So it looks pretty good that they will release the final standard next year. What is a DID? It's a new type of stable identifier. It's a unique identifier, very similar. It also complies with the URI spec. And that's an example. It's just DID colon, example colon, and something. And a DID is ledger agnostic, but trust can be rooted in any type of blockchain. For example, there's the Track3 element implementation on Ethereum and the Ion implementation on Bitcoin. So it's not, there's no vendor lock-in in that sense. What are the features of DIDs which are very relevant to the baseline community? It provides you with a way of discovering authentication and authorization public keys, and also some endpoints that relate to an entity. Any type of entity is possible. So when you do key rotation, or if you want to rotate the endpoints that are associated with that DID, then validators would automatically, they would see all these changes. You can have a stable identifier, but you can rotate the keys and the endpoints, so it's a level of indirection. The core idea is that a DID resolves to a DID document by leveraging a resolver implementation. You can have local or remote resolvers. Remote resolvers typically expose an REST-based API, but the input is always a DID, and the output is a JSON LD document or JSON document, which then contains the public keys and endpoints for that DID. Some of the applications of DIDs, by nature, it's basically a decentralized PKI system where everyone could create their own DID and keys, very similar to PKI, but compared to that, very, very decentralized. You can use DIDs to establish a secure communication channel with another DID. It's called DIDCOM messaging. And DIDs can also be used with verifiable credentials, which are the foundation of decentralized reputation and so on. I will speak about that as well. Could you go to the next slide, please? So verifiable credentials is also a global. It's already a global standard since last year in W3C, and it is a data model specification that allows you to model relationships between issuers and subjects or holders. And for subjects and issuers, typically DIDs are used, although the spec allows for any other identifiers as well. VCs are really just JSON LD documents that contain, this is a simplified representation, by the way, so there are other properties as well, but let's say a minimum VC contains the issuer DID, the subject DID, so what is the VC about, and then additional claims. It could be really literally anything. It could be the company name, it could be attesting that another company belongs to the same umbrella company, something like this. And the core piece is that you also have a proof of the issuer, which is typically just a normal ECDSA signature, such as SECB 256K1 that we all know of. And compared to traditional X509 certificates, VCs can be revoked, and certificates can also be revoked, but let's say VCs can also be revoked and they can expire. So some of the applications of verifiable credentials is you can link domains with DIDs. You can basically create an attestation in form of a verifiable credential that says that this DID belongs to that domain. And the spec that talks about that is the DID configuration spec, which we'll also briefly talk about later. And other applications that we saw in practice was you can basically create VCs about the corporate structure and relationships of companies, as already talked about. And literally any type of information about any entity, thing, individual, and even documents can be attested. So there's another part, another section in the VC spec that talks about verifiable presentations. So this is then another data model which talks about presenting these credentials by a holder to a verifier. So this is really, that would then contain an additional proof, which is called a or proof of control, so that the entity who is presenting the credential, the holder proves that it is in possession of the subject DID. Yeah, and the presentation would also contain the credentials themselves. So some people are using this approach for authentication purposes or authorization purposes, for example. Or yeah. So this is a very interesting, and I think it might be related to baseline as well. It's the diff configuration specification. It's an approved DIF, Decentralized Identity Foundation spec, which was initially proposed by Microsoft, but also other people, parties, members of diff, signed up for that work. That spec allows you to basically trust that DIDs belong to a certain domain, a web domain, and the trust is rooted in TLS certificates, so existing internet PKI, and with all the flaws that we are aware of, but you know, we need a solution right now, so that's the reason why I think it makes sense to mention this. Yeah, the security then relies on the configuration of the specific HTTPS client. The spec is really about a bidirectional linkage between a DID and the domain, and bidirectional means through TLS and hosting a dedicated JSON file under a well-known URL. So this is an example. For example, acme.com could have a well-known endpoint URL, which contains a DID configuration.json, and that JSON contains a domain linkage verifiable credential that proves that the contained DID in that JSON belongs to the web origin, which could be acme.com. So this, what you can do with this is actually quite cool, because DIDs are not easy to remember, but domain names are easy to remember. So you could just use that approach to discover the belongs to a domain. Yeah, next slide, please. So this is also could be interesting because I spoke about DIDs are about public keys and endpoints. A very common approach in the decentralized identity community is also to use an endpoint that says, okay, basically indicates how the entity could be reached. And for example, and this is being used by the DITCOM messaging spec, which is now being specified as version 2 in the diff, but originated in the Hyperledger Indie Foundation. So this is really about establishing a communication channel using state-of-the-art cryptography with another DIT, and using that channel to send other protocol messages. The main idea is that this protocol is transport agnostic, so it could use HTTP, BLE, but NATs or whatsoever. And in order to establish a connection, you only need to have the DID of the other party. How could you get the DID? Using the diff configuration, DID configuration spec that I was talking about earlier. So in this DITCOM messaging, again, it supports any type of subprotocol. So once you have established a channel, you could execute higher level protocols for decentralized reputation, for example, to issue credentials, to request verifiable credentials for the other party. You could even say, if the baseline community is interested in such an approach, then we could even say that we define we add the baseline message protocol to ditcom.org, which is a registry of all broadly available or publicly available DITCOM-based subprotocols. Yeah. So this diagram here also illustrates how this works. So in the first step, the only thing you need is to discover the DID. It could be either through a Phonebook service, through a domain name, an ENS record. So once my agent has that DID, I would establish connections through DITCOM messaging with their agent, and then through that channel, I could send other protocol messages across. Yeah, that's basically it.
Sorry, just to jump in here on this. So does that mean, like what I'm looking at here, those agents or proxies, could they be the thing that can give you like more assurance, meaning like they can resolve these things that you're showing at the top there, like 1A, 1B, 1C, and there could be many of those things. And then basically their agent at the bottom could be asking questions to my agent about those things. Is that correct? Is that how I should read that?
Exactly. Yeah. So it's basically this 1A, 1B, 1C is basically some out of band process. There exists tooling to solve that, but I would just provide the other party's DID to my agent, and then my agent would establish a connection with their agent, and then I could then talk asynchronously with the other agent, and then issue credentials or just request credentials about the other party to basically get a more trustworthy connection. This makes sense, based on verifiable credentials, for example.
Oliver, this has been very thorough, and you've stunned us into informed silence. Any other questions, concerns? Jake, what are you thinking?
No, I'm just thinking with the DID path, is there, I mean, in organizations, turnover is something that happens quite often, right? I mean, everybody has an onboarding, offboarding process in place to handle employees. Some do it very, very poorly. In this type of system, where the DIDs are, more or less in control, is that onboarding, offboarding process still part of this to remove or grant those permissions, or are those done in real time and I'm just not thinking about it in the correct way?
Yeah, so in my opinion, there's a difference. You have to distinguish between end user DIDs or people who are acting in a business capacity and organizational DIDs. So in that diagram, I was only speaking about organizational DIDs.
Okay.
So if an employee offboards a company, then the company would still have that DID. And then an agent could be a web service. It could be something like that.
I think, this is specific enough. I think maybe some interested folks could break off and spec out how we would implement this in this case. That'd be an interesting breakout.
Yeah,
absolutely. And I think sorry, go ahead, Cal.
No, I was going to say is on the DIGCOM messaging side, because I'm not as plugged into that, how far along is that? Like, is there actual implementations of this running? Like, I won't say production, but are the people using this? Is it what stage is it at? Like that people have used these agents for?
This is the technology is still early, but so we can see consortia in Europe, for example. Maybe Ruma, you're still on the call.
Yep.
Could you speak to that? I think that's.
If we wanted to use this by the end of the year for something that real businesses like a Coca-Cola could actually use by January, what's standing in the way?
So people are using V1 at the moment. I think what Oliver was referring to is a lot of the work on the second version of this. So I think some people were using it the last year maybe, but I'm with you. Like, I think production, I'm not sure I would call it production. I think wait for, the more mature thing.
I think the last 5 years have destroyed all sense of what production means. When you have the CEO of a 400,000 person company calling early stage work production, nothing's production anymore. If it works and it doesn't blow up, I think that's a good start.
I agree, but I think that's what I think. So we might not need to use DIDCOM messaging, because this is just a certain way of establishing a secure communication channel with another DID. But a DID document could contain an endpoint, which is basically just a NATS baseline endpoint, and then you could just you don't have to modify anything of your existing implementations. You could just use the same. And just use the DIDs and DID documents as a discovery mechanism for endpoints and public keys.
Let me put it a different way. If a company paid you $2 million to implement this for their procurement department, and it has to work, where do you sweat?
I would sweat. I mean, I think DIDs and verifiable credentials are quite mature, whereas DIDCOM messaging, I think that's something that is in development. That's why I'm saying I think DIDCOM messaging is not necessarily needed to make a solution.
So you wouldn't implement that in stage one of something. You'd wait for that to cook up a bit.
So maybe just to give some context, so there is lots of implementations on the first version. I think we just heard someone implemented now V2, but V2 is still, I think, finalizing some of the specs. So it's not completed yet. So V2 is not something you would use in January. If you can play around with it, sure. But I think Oliver was just mentioning twice now, like I think DIDCOM is just, I think, show you there is more. Like if we go in the path to
it's cool.
DIDs, the cool thing is it makes it easier for us to use verified credentials. It makes it much more powerful to use this kind of technology, which are optimized for decentralized communication, and as well, more things to come, like storage solutions, which are not at the moment fully centralized, which are also leveraging DIDs as kind of like an authenticity or like an authorization mechanism. So there's a bunch of more technologies in the whole stack which this community is working on. So if we start, we're comfortable to do something with DIDs, and this is the Phonebook one. So if we agree in the Phonebook thing that we want to do DIDs, then I think the industry will, I think, give us way more input and development resources towards something I think the baseline community can leverage.
So there's an old saying, they who show up get to decide what consensus is, right? So I don't know that that's actually an old saying.
That's a 51 attack.
I'm going to make it an old saying because I'm old.
Yeah. The origin of the Sybil attack.
Indeed. So we've all shown up. Does anybody here disagree with using that approach? Speak now. History will be made. If you dissent and you have and we were about to go in the wrong direction, you saved us all.
I just want to mention, I like that someone mentioned multi-sig and thinking of the permission to edit this kind of like editing a wiki, where you've got, you could use verified credentials as a permission point and pass the torch through DIDs instead of, counting on Azure permissions for which org can edit what. So,
well, the source of it could and should probably still be a cloud authentication, right? Or an account. Kale, you still up there?
Yep, I'm here.
I mean, what if we just went in this direction? Said, okay, DIDs, cloud accounts, wire it up, go.
Yeah, I think the only thing I'm thinking about when we were sitting here talking about like production and like what are we sweating about? One thing I sweat about a lot with these is not sweat about, but worry about like how we're going to handle is the blockchain aspect of it, right? Which we haven't talked about too much here yet so far. So this part makes a lot of sense. I think it's awesome for the DID com piece and DIDs in general. Where those things get anchored, how they get anchored, who's paying, transaction fees, all that kind of stuff that goes around that stuff. I feel like there's a lot of details there. We'd have to like work out to say, hey, here's a solution that works, right? Like this piece, to me, actually, I feel like comfortable with, but the other pieces are like, okay, we got a bunch of other things, and maybe we can pull some of that out here in the next couple of days here to, at least we're covering all the big boxes and we don't have like a gap there we haven't thought about that's going to be like super friction,
Right. Yeah. I think that's getting into an interesting place where, okay, well, where does this, clearly we've got this smart contract that is already written that needs some more attributes, which I think we're getting into as well, right? What are the attributes that we need to add to the core interface of the org registry contract, which, we've got that concurrently happening over in the core, track 2 or 3. So Kyle and the team over there and Brian, they've already identified that there are some attributes that need to be changed in that contract. But then the interesting question, Evan, I see you popped up there, is what do you do? Who's going to pay for that? And I know we've got things like Infura Gas and other things like that. They're popping up. In my mind, I keep on imagining there's a button in my control panel in Azure or in GCP or what have you. And that button says, get me and it gets to be fun. Like, where do you put that button so that people trip over it and click it? I love the make people click the button game. That's my favorite game as a product person. I think some product people have gotten too good at that. We've all gotten addicted to buttons. But so, where that button goes, it says, make me an org registry, entry. And then, my cloud provider charges me $10 or whatever. And then the cloud provider doesn't want to hold crypto to do that. So it runs that through, say, Infura Gas or Infura Transaction Manager.
Yeah, I mean, something we've been talking about with Brantley on Ethereum or the ENS side as well is the same deal, right? Like, so cloud providers like Azure have DNS registrar capabilities, right, to do things like that. So we've been already, been talking for a while about like how we could integrate that piece and do the same thing, John. Like, so there's obviously some sort of gas that has to be paid there as well. But then that could be a piece of this, right? So if you look at this diagram, it's not just a DID, but maybe an ENS record, maybe some stuff coming out of Azure around your domain name, stuff like that, all feeding up at that one level up top there.
That's another question, Mark, and I'll stop here. So clearly we do need to do more breakouts because we've already got a big enough thing. I'm feeling uncomfortable talking too many times, but which is the whole point of the summit, is to not have to feel uncomfortable about that. But yeah, I mean, is ENS the way Brantley's thinking about it and the Phonebook? Is it the same thing? Could it be the same thing? I've been waiting around for the ENS thing to really pop. Are we a substitute for that? Is it are they good neighbors? What is the Venn diagram of the space there, do you think? I mean, me, I just want a damn contract on the mainnet with a directory in it. So
I think my gut feeling would be reuse the technical aspect of this, but you need to add some governance around this because you cannot just have nobody acting as an oracle. Maybe you have multiple entities to act as an oracle, but this name squatting and confusing things, that's exactly why we have so much issues online, because there's a typo in the URL and suddenly you send money somewhere else. We need to avoid this. So I think there needs to be some form of authorities likely to maintain this. Maybe you have 3 or 4 registries and your client will check on 2 or 3 so that it's okay, it's not only in live and this other 2, and then if 3 out of 4 are fine, then I'm cool. I don't think it's a completely anarchistic, like nobody cares, like everyone can claim whatever they want model. I don't think that's why ENS is likely not the answer. And the good thing is, I think with DIDs, you can make this bridge. You can register an additional information into a DID document. You can also just issue verified credentials that you might be in control of this. There's a bunch of things we can use. We have the primitives, but I don't think they are like naturally overlapping one-to-one.
I was about to write this note, but I'll just say it. That's a thought that I had not ever contemplated before, was the notion that in this there would be more than, that there might be multiple phone books that would reconcile. I thought you were going in a different direction, but I like, so if I've got an Azure account or a GCP account, I click the button, it generates my registry entry into the org registry contract. That's as far as my mind went. You're saying it might want to simultaneously post that to a number of contracts.
So I think
like different registries.
Think about this, how we operate in the real world. So if I want to show someone that I'm the one, I give them whatever, my phone number, my email address, and my Twitter handle. And because I can control all that, you have a much increased trust that I'm the right person than if I only control one of them. So now if you turn it around and say you have identifiers maybe on multiple registries, and I go to whatever the Azure directory and I have whatever Microsoft.com in there, and I have it also on whatever the Lives registry, that gives me as the receiving party way more confidence. Like I might be in country X and I don't trust anything coming from the United States because whatever, is all corrupt.
But the registry is not coming from the United States. It's just sitting on the mainnet.
Yeah. So, but so it really depends on who would be the oracle and who the other party is who's trusting it. So in certain locations in the world, you might say, okay, I'm operating something, whatever, in Hong Kong or somewhere else. I would want to have the one operating here. So I'm trusting the issuer of the data in this country because I'm the receiving party. You need to just establish the trust that the receiving party knows who the other one is. And it can be
I see. You're saying you're back at not on where the registry is deposited. That can be the main net. You're talking about the source of the registration being, yes, say, Azure, and your argument is that it shouldn't just be Azure, a cloud provider. It could be other things. Totally agree. It does make me think about a different thing, though. You seem like you want to say something there.
No,
I'll stop.
I was referring. I think I'm separating two of these challenges. One is like, who's the source of the trust, and then the second is how do you capture and like document this, and whether that's now one central smart contract which has entries coming from multiple oracles or issuers, or whether you have multiple registries and you have some software to query multiple smart contracts. That's a discussion we should have. I don't have a strong opinion here. Might be just one, but then how does it look like in whatever sharded world? Like, how do we have multiple registries on different shards? I mean, the world can be quite complex.
Maybe this is the good maybe it's good that we're doing this now, because 5 years ago we would have had to have a long, wrangling, multi-year conversation about how to let multiple different chains have, participate in the same identity regime. And now, yeah, we have DIDs. And I still think that we shouldn't wait around and get into analysis paralysis about it. We're mostly Ethereum folk here. The standard can be on any chain, but again, they who show up, and mostly Ethereum people show up here, we're going to deploy it on Ethereum. But as long as we write it in such a way that you could deploy it somewhere else and get a sync across chains, then we're cool, right? Then somebody else can do something.
I was referring to ETH2 and shards. So there's like what Vitalik recently wrote about the like layer 2 roll up kind of world. So you might have registries because you want to have multiple entries there.
Oh, yeah.
So now how do you reconcile if you have
you don't want to hostage this entire giant registry into a single shard.
Yeah.
So that definitely needs to go into the design, right? How do you distribute the registry such that you at least have crash fault tolerance?
Yeah. So I was not referring to the complexity of like multiple other blockchains. Let's keep it only on Ethereum. But then even there, I think just being mindful that in the next years, there's still things happening, and we don't want to be constrained that it's super expensive to make an entry into this registry. So we need to at least be aware that there's a high chance that the design needs to incorporate that.
That is really interesting. And I don't think, Johnny, you could correct me, but I don't think anybody's added that to the spec. So that's definitely a pace for the time.
All right, guys, I want to put a pin in this for a second. I feel like I've got 95 breakout rooms that I would like to start on. But before we part ways or think about that at all, I want to thank Italo for waiting so patiently. He has a bit of an answer to some of the hypotheticals that we've posed here around solutioning. So to start very hypothetical conversation in some more tangible approaches, Italo is going to lead us through some conversation starters that he and Oliver have worked really hard to put together that will help us to consider, as we make manifest these ideas well before 2021, getting those cards written. How could we go about doing this? So Italo, I'm going to invite you to dig in here.
Yeah, I was planning to spend much more time in this presentation, but I think we discussed a lot of things that I would cover here. I just want to bring the attention to what we've been discussing. I think that maybe we are talking about more than one solution, right? And a roadmap, maybe an MVP, and later some more robust solution. And I'm loving that because I think we can mix everything and get to some agreement. One thing that from the discussions and the UX interviews that we had that came to that flow that Johnny shared before is I see these flows of onboarding and discovering counterparties, right? So Basically, you have someone. It can be Azure hosting this phone book, but Azure needs some way of verifying the authenticity of that entry, basically to prove that that organization belongs to that person and this domain belongs to this organization and that this key belongs to this organization. So they have ways of doing that. And that's what, in my opinion, is the job of this host that we are calling, the entity that is hosting the phone book. And at the same time, I believe it's very important to offer to the counterparties the same verification methods to validate that entry, right? Not only the host, because you remove a heavy weight from the shoulders of this host by doing that, and that's something that we should be aware. So if some solution that we decide to use as a host for the phone book is hacked, we have a second layer of verification that can be used to attest that that information is correct and trustable, right? So this is what I want to cover in this slide. Can you go to the next one, Evan? And just using the link to everything that Oliver presented about deeds and VCs, it's clear that deeds and VCs can be applied in much more situations in the baseline protocol, not only this phone book. But I think it's fair to consider, even for this MVP, the usage of that technology at some level. I'm not saying that it needs to be what I will propose here, okay? And just to be clear, it's only a proposal. We spent a few hours discussing that, me and Oliver, but we tried to get the best that we could to have something that can be implemented quickly. Yeah, I think it can even be mixed with the Azure approach that you suggest, John. So yeah, I try to explain here what we are thinking, right? Like Oliver said, the deeds documents are, in the deed documents, we can have the information that we need to link. Can you go to the previous one? Sorry, Evan, because there are some.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I got too excited.
So the deeds, we can store the data that we need, the public keys that needs to be used to set up the work group, the endpoints, the communication endpoints. So we have ways to store that and access that through the deed. We need to guarantee that deed belongs to that organization, right? The way to prove that it belongs to some organization is simply by referencing some something that is signed using that deed keys to prove the ownership, right? And we have standards covering this type of solution, right? Of course, we have a lot of cloud providers implementing verifications by using DNS entries, resource in a website, things like that. Oh, sorry, I have my dog here.
Okay, tell him we said hi.
Yeah, so we have ways to solve, but all of them are proprietary implementations, right? They are similar, very similar, but proprietary. But we have in the DIF a standard that is the well-known deed configuration, that is a specialization of the RFC, that is the well-known URI RFC, where you can define a file that you will store in your website, in your domain, a well-known path containing your deed configuration, right? So basically, by having this file signed by the key that you will use to join the baseline work group. And inside your domain, it's enough to have a trust anchor for solve the problem, right? You are linking the organization, you are linking the keys, the endpoint, and it doesn't need a host. We need the host only to list this catalog, right? And of course, to bring some governance to that, and to allow organizations to be verified when they onboard themselves to this Phonebook solution, right? So, but it removes a lot of the weight that this host needs to deal with, right? It's a huge responsibility. Can you go to the next one? So just to illustrate and maybe make it more tangible, have you changed that, Evan? Sorry. Okay. It takes some time to update.
Can you see, does it say registration flow? Are you guys able to see
that?
that?
Yeah, now I can see. It took some time to change here, sorry. So what I'm talking about is represented here. So the flow for self-registration in the Phonebook would be something similar to this. I would generate my deed for my organization, and I would receive from Indeed agent. Indeed agent, just to make it more clear, is the we call an agent a service that is able to create deeds, to sign VCs using my deed, to communicate with other deeds. So I would use this thing to create my deed configuration JSON file that I would store in this well-known URI in my website. What would be, by doing that, I would be tying both the deed and my domain. And at the same time, by being signed, I prove that that public key is mine, right? And the host, I just go to the host. I say that I already implemented this deed configuration JSON file. And the only thing that the host needs to do is to retrieve this file from this well-known path, check my TLS, the HTTPS certificates, to check my ownership over that web domain. And it can trust and publish this entry in the Phonebook catalog, right? So this solution, when we talk about the host here, it doesn't mean that it can't. It can be Azure, right? So we can mix the solutions here and have that working quickly, in my opinion. And the same type of entry verification that we are talking about here, that the host is executing, can be executed by the counterparties as well. So anyone that gets the Phonebook entry to set up some work group in baseline, they can check if that is valid, that the host wasn't hacked, by instance, just by checking this well-known file resource in the website, checking the HTTPS certificates, and being sure that it belongs to the company they want to deal with. So basically, this was the approach that me and Oliver came together. I think that we don't have Evan, right? I will try to share here the next slide. 1 minute.
Hey, Italia, while you're getting that, so that flow you just showed there, that's interesting. So you're saying they would register, the agent would get a DID, and that DID would be added to this well-known configuration file, but that won't be in a central website. That'll just be on, let's say it's acme.com is the name of my company. So I would make sure that I put that file there, and there's HTTPS or TLS there, and then stuff that's going to happen with the phone book is going to consult that, like go back and look for acme.com and look for that file when it goes to get it. Is that, am I reading that right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So-
So it's very similar to the DNS entries, to the other mechanisms that we already use, but it's using DIDs. It's using standards, and it's something that can bring other benefits later. So I want to cover one of them, because here what we are trusting is only these links between credentials, right, and proving ownership. But later we can use the VCs in order to improve this trust, right? So
Sorry,
go
just
ahead, Ruben.
so is it correct to say, based to Kale's point, is that the registry would basically give a name of a company and point it to a domain name, which I think is in many aspects the trusted source, because I go to whatever chase.com or whatever Microsoft.com or CNN.com, and then everything else is there. So the registry is super simple.
Exactly. And it would be super simple. And in my opinion, because we are thinking here about solutions and avoid conflicts of names of companies, right? But if we talk about a global solution, we will certainly have a lot of conflicts in naming, right? So domains are there to solve this problem. We discussed a lot the cases of subsidiaries because we would need to use subdomains in that case, and maybe the certificate would be the same in many cases. But it's something that we didn't have time to talk deep and come to a good solution. But I think it's something that we can achieve easily.
I think you could go even one step further, that the MVP of the phone book is not a phone book, because it basically is DNS. Like if you want to send something to Deloitte, you go to Deloitte.com and your system does the rest. And that's kind of a pretty good phone book. We call it Google or something. And like you find like often the company and have a certain level of trust.
Yeah, and it's funny because if you use a solution like this, actually anyone can onboard a company. Do you got that?
Yeah.
If I want to onboard Coca-Cola and they have this well-known file there, I can onboard them, right? So what does that mean? At some point in the future, if we decide not to have a yellow page, a public one, we can start to have decentralized solutions for phone books, right? What I think it's interesting because like this problem with conflicts of names, imagine this large database with a lot of companies using the same name, right? Maybe it's not something good. You will want to have some subgroup of that, something like that per country. I don't know, just something that came to our minds.
One other question with that. Yeah, one other question with that. So because you're relying now on that well-known DID configuration file being correct, right? Just thinking from a hacker's perspective, if somebody hacked my website, because now you're basically giving it to control of whoever controls that website, and some people secure it good, some people don't secure it good. Is there something inside the DID document? Like, is it just the domain name? Is that how it's resolving that, to say, like, let's say I'm an attacker and I say, hey, I'm going to take Coca-Cola and put a different DID up there because I hacked their website, right? So I put that DID file up there and I point it to a different DID for something. What's the, maybe that's too deep for this conversation, but this is what I was wondering, you know?
Yeah, but no, it's fair to.
So it's basically something that.
Go ahead, Oliver.
Can you hear me? I think that this approach really has the same security guarantees as if Coca-Cola was just putting the endpoints and public keys on the web page. So we believe that this is a good starting point because after you establish this ecosystem, And if you remember my slide with where I described DITCOM and credentials and so on. So after you have the DIT, you could then exchange and request credentials from that DIT in a later phase. But for phase one, I think it really boils down to the same security guarantees as publishing the endpoints and keys on Coca-Cola's website. That's true.
Yeah, and it's a good point, Oliver. This flow that we are showing here, it's an MVP, right? So it guarantees, but there are things that can be improved, definitely. And like Oliver is saying, if we would solve and try to bring the best approach, I think we would spend a lot of time, and there's a lot of things indeed right now that we can use. Including the DDCOM, that we can do some type of handshake, something like that, checking if I can sign that key that I'm talking about, something like that. I don't want to go deep on that, but just one thing that I want to add here is this. We can solve many of these problems, Kale, that you raised only by giving VCs attesting that I successfully interacted with another counterparty, right? And these VCs can be shared with the host of the Phonebook to increase the trust and the reputation of some entry on that database, right? So once I implemented my workflow with Coca-Cola, I successfully, and I saw that it's valid. And after checking all and verifying everything, the deeds and the well-known resource, I can issue this VC and send it to the host, and the host can start to create and highlight the entries that have a better reputation. And you can use that VCs that are shared as a second point of verification. So if I have a VC attesting that Microsoft as an issuer, saying that did belong to Coca-Cola, it's much more trustable, right? So that's where I think we should use VCs. The first conversations that we had with the community about VCs, everybody thinks that VCs should be used by a central issuer, right? But in my personal opinion, it would be a mistake. We can use that to create reputation and sharing this heavyweight of proving that an address belongs to someone, right? So that's my approach. Yeah.
So in that model, I guess you would call them hosts, like they could, instead of it being centralized, each one of those could choose how they want to prove that this DID is Coca-Cola, right? So like if it's like implemented in like Azure, maybe there's like a couple things that it does that gives you the answer that says, yes, I say that's Coca-Cola because I checked these three things. But somebody else could have one that does something slightly different. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but not only that, in the case here, in the example, I'm just saying that I had a successful integration, a baselined workflow running. But you're right, you can issue any credential. But the difficulty of doing what you're suggesting is that you need to agree with the community that you have this other type of credentials, right? So in my opinion, once you have these workflows running and have people attesting that it's working, you are talking to the right company. In my opinion, it's enough. You don't need to go beyond that. Personal opinion, okay? It's a personal opinion.
Cool.
So guys, we've got a few questions in the chat. Alex inquiring after how we might, implement, what is this, DIDs, SASL mechanisms. Alex, do you want to elaborate on that question a little bit? Bring that to the group. Oh, I think we.
Hi, sorry, I was looking.
Oh, no,
for
no worries,
the
no
mute
worries.
button.
Go ahead.
Yeah, basically, SASL is an authentication mechanism registry, effectively. So there's a lot of internet protocols and applications and systems that base their authentication on SASL. And the way it works is that the client and the server perform some sort of initial handshake, and I support these authentication methods, I support these, and then one is chosen, and then the various challenge response mechanisms occur. So I was wondering if anybody has thought of creating a DID SASL mechanism, which would allow all these systems to very easily adopt DID.
So basically, what you can do with a DID, so a DID contains, has public keys associated with it. And there's this concept which is called DID authentication. It's a very fussy concept, but it has different flavors. And one very common flavor is a challenge response protocol. So you're basically sending someone a nonce and an audience or domain, and then whoever controls the DID would generate a signature over the nonce and the domain or audience parameter. So you can have some sort of proof of control over it. That is possible, and especially if we are talking about the phase 2 approach, the more DIDCOM-ish approach, where you're requesting verifiable credentials very actively. So then this typically happens through verifiable representations, and they include something like a domain proof or proof of control. I'm not sure if this answers your question, or if are you saying you want to use SASL directly, or just a similar concept to that?
No, my question was whether you think it's possible to create a SASL authentication mechanism that uses DID with either of the two approaches, the DID COM-based or the other one. Because then this would allow any system based on SASL to immediately be able to authenticate using DID, which is the first step towards adoption.
I think that sounds like a topic for another breakout session. So I think so definitely, so if SASL is flexible enough to just allow for additional authentication mechanisms, then you could also implement a mechanism based on DIDs and DID authentication. So that should not be a problem. I mean, we could even think about, so if the well-known approach that Italo and I described earlier is, if this is not secure enough, not even secure enough for an MVP, which I think might still do the job. But if this is not enough, then we could even think about protecting that endpoint through some, traditional HTTP authentication mechanism as well.
Okay, I think you've answered my question. Thank you.
Cool.
I see Carl's question. Is that something we should discuss, or was it very
Oh, hey guys, sorry about that. Zoom keeps trying to kick me out, but I refuse to be let down. So just for the last few minutes we're here today, I want to appreciate everyone for their very engaged participation. I know this has been a very focused day so far, and a long one. So we are hoping that this conversation, as we mentioned earlier, will yield a few hackathon subjects for us to consider. And I think that might actually be best assigned for output for tomorrow, because I think we spent a lot of today really digging into those details. So perhaps for the end of today, I'll invite anyone to provide any questions that we want to ask one another to think about for tomorrow's conversation. I want to invite everyone to return to join us tomorrow at the same bad time, same bad channel, where we will continue the conversation from today to address some of those inquiries that people have brought up. How we might want to with mind. I know, but I won't. Consider over. And Carl, I saw you had dropped a question in the chat there. Maybe.
Here.
I don't know if it's just me, but I'm missing half her stuff.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, guys.
Now we can hear you.
Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead.
Let me try this again. Sorry about that, guys. I'm not sure what's going on over here, but just wanted to ask if anyone had any additional questions or topics that we wanted to invite the group to consider before we reconvene tomorrow at the same time on the same channel. And then we'll discuss not only our sort of tangible outputs, but how we can get that hackathon ideation going. And I'm so sorry, I can't see the full entirety of the chat, but Carl, I see we've got a smiley face. I remember there was a question. I don't remember what it was about. But any parting shots, guys? All right, so seeing that everyone's feeling a little talked out from today, why don't we consider, so the slides that we reviewed today are available on Quigo Chat. I'm going to invite everybody to revisit the content that we went over today and to return to us tomorrow with a question about how we might go from this proposal to a starting point of action. And so those questions can come from, how are we going to meld this effort in with the other ongoing work streams with baseline. We can have, questions that require clarity around DIDs and VCs if folks are unfamiliar. But we will look forward to introducing Andreas Freund tomorrow at the beginning of our conversation, just to refresh our minds with a little bit more of that, the market examples. And then, as I mentioned, we'll return to this space and talk about the solutions that we mentioned today. But it sounds like we've got a lot of really great questions that people posed in the chat and in our conversation so far. So thank you so much, Johnny, for documenting those carefully throughout our chat today. Those will be available on Quigo Chat in the notes, so we'll clean those up and share them with all of you to make sure that we don't forget any of those fantastic questions. And certainly, if you have a moment in the interim and you've got some feedback for us, some additional ideas or topics that you want to make sure we cover tomorrow, please always feel free to fill out the feedback form that's just on the Quigo Chat homepage for session number 3. It's a 24/7 repository for any ideas, suggestions, questions that you might have. And we can think the same of our Slack channel. So the global Phonebook channel within the baseline Slack. If you're not already a member, I highly encourage you to join, and I'll drop a note in the main Slack as well. But the conversation is ongoing there 24/7 also. So thank you everyone so much for your attention and consideration today. We really appreciate all of you joining, and we look forward to reconvening with you tomorrow. All right, thanks everybody.
Thanks everyone.
Saying bye-bye.